Hi, it's me. Welcome to stream. Hello. Please ignore the complete dog shit stream title. I couldn't think of anything good. But I started early today, like 5 minutes early, but you know, it's something. Hello, we're playing more Ace Attorney today. I got kind of blindsided this morning. There was an announcement that happened, like around midnight my time, so I was asleep by the time it happened. But I know what my next game to stream is going to be after we finish Ace Attorney. Because it was announced that that weird horror game teaser that Nintendo put out, as it turns out, not a horror game. It is, in fact, a new Famicom Detective Club game, and I'm like, holy shit, what? Huh? So now I'm like, okay, I guess I've got to play it. Because I played the first Famicom Detective Club game, The Missing Heir. I have not yet played the second one, which is The Girl Who Stands Behind. So I need to get that. I don't need to get that. I've got it. I need to play that before Emio, the Smiling Man, comes out. So guess what? We're gonna go from a mystery game to a mystery game to another mystery game, probably. Once we're done with Ace Attorney, we're gonna have to play Famicom Detective Club. I'm just the mystery game girl at this point, which, to be fair, has been my identity for quite some time. It's just more obvious right now. Because I don't have something like Pokemon or Pikmin or Fire Emblem interrupting it. I was thinking like, oh, are we gonna go back to? Are we gonna go back to Mega Man? Are we gonna go back to Part of the Midnight Sun? Are we gonna play Xenoblade? No, more mystery games. I mean, to be fair, there are a fair amount of mystery games that I haven't played yet that I could do on stream. So, if I want to lean into that identity, I absolutely can. I even own a couple. Like, I obviously, there's Famicom Detective Club. I also own Paradise Killer at the recommendation of a friend. And I also own Master Detective Archives Rain Code. Haven't played any of them. So, perfect stream fodder. we put... Oh, and then, of course, the new Edgeworth game coming out later this year. Well, not new, but, you know, the second one. I'm probably going to play the first one off stream because I have played that one before. And then the second one, since it's a new translation and I never actually played it myself, I just watched other people play, we'll play through the second one on stream, probably. And then, of course, the new Famicom Detective Club game. Oh, it's a good time to be a mystery gamer. Anyway, Ace Attorney. We're probably going to finish off Case 3 today. We're just going to do, like, the whole trial segment in one stream. Similar to how we did the last trial segment in one stream and how we did the last investigation segment in one stream. Speaking of Ace Attorney, though, I was honestly contemplating, like, do I want to stream today? My friend is streaming Ace Attorney and I want to see her reactions to it. But I'll just have to watch the VOD later. Anyway. Game. My model always looks so weird when I take a sip of tea. Anyway. Let us continue. Oh, by the way, I've got a new cover song coming out in like 2 days. If you're interested in that. It's the reason I didn't stream the rest of this week. Anyway, 9/11. Oh no. Oh wait, I forgot to maximize this. Holy shit. You don't stream for like 4 days and suddenly you have no idea what's going on. Alright. We gotta go right back into accents, don't we? Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to do. Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times, except for yesterday. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Just completely ignore Sharp. Oh, sorry about that. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but My dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Sorry? I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. No. Mate, I forced myself out of bed at, like, before 7 a.m. 3 days... Oh, hey. My heckin'... Neat. My... Just saw in the corner... in the corner of my desktop, Windows has just been like, hey, breaking news! Breaking news. The president has bovered. Anyway, I do this all the heckin' time. This is no great feat. Even if I have to force myself to do it, I do it. So, shut up, Sholmes. First thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. That's... My man, you're gonna get burns. That's not good. Boiling water is no joke. Oh my. Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. It is my victory. No. Sorry to cut in. Who's this? Oh, it's Gregson. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted by a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know! Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Oh, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy? He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done on the wraps. And he was quite quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. The killer's autopsy. Mass murderer known as the professor who was tried and found guilty by a closed trial 10 years ago. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Let's have a look at that. Condemned prisoner blank redacted for for confidentiality. Pseudonym the Professor, death by hanging, confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Courtney Stevens. That couldn't be a coincidence, would it? They're not going to give us two characters called Courtney in this same... Maybe she got married to someone named Scythe? Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lot in the yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today, we're going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Drabon? Yes. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant, the trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once. I probably shouldn't have streamed this today, and I should have streamed something that's going to be a bit easier on my throat, considering I destroyed it the past couple days trying to sing. But, yeah. It is what it is. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. I might need to get a throat lozenge at some point during... Actually, I'm just going to go get one and leave it on my desk. I'll be right back. Throat lozenge obtained. But first we finish our tea. Man, he's got a co-counsel now as well. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Hairbrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. I find it interesting that they placed the apprentice to Van Zieks' right, so that he always he's always going to... Oops, sorry. So that he's always going to appear on screen. Unlike Susato, who is off to Ryunosuke's right, his right. So that she only appears when needed. If I may, Lord Van Zieks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see complexity of this case. The complexity of this case rise considerably. Well, that's a flashy way to open a bottle. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but... oh, this is so very hard.
It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question.
That had nothing to do with the prosecution, that was us.
Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today. Are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. My man's just spilling cards all over the jury's stand, whatever. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law.
Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence and settle on one. That's it, isn't it?
Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all.
If all parties are ready to proceed...
Oh, if all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zieks.
Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons.
It was what? An explosion? This is an outrage.
Oh no.
Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithereens and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames.
I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine.
Yes. A terrible business.
He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber.
The court will take this print as evidence, counsel.
Post-explosion print.
Late yesterday afternoon.
One sec. Am I allowed? Is there any... Okay, no, so this is just a, hey, look at it. This isn't one where, like, we can poke and prod it.
The protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial.
Boom. Need to turn the volume up in my headphones. This game's always so quiet.
As it stands now, with no evidence on which way to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that, we can be certain. for it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control. As Lord Van Zeeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by the machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebel, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Let's go. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zeeks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. Well, right off the bat. No pussyfooting around. Just get him right there on the stand, Mr. Robot Man. State your name and occupation for the court. Shit, what was his voice again? He was a British robot. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Yes, why I do feel as though I've seen it somewhere before. Oh, you too? I had the exact same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused's super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it. In precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. Do the wave! An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious! Did you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up. Oh, I just realized he's got like plus on one side of his jacket and minuses on the other side. That's neat. But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick. Objection. You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. Rightio.
The kinesis machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine with his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads, then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science which the machine was built upon which the machine was built was flawed somehow. My man just has the ability to speak in differently colored text. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something was moved when in reality it hasn't, it's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Ugh. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for the young talent in science there. Or for young talent in science. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past.
Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was
an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science?
Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Okay, I have no idea where we're going with this. Yes, my lord. So we're going to press on everything. The kinesis machine. Met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers. That's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, that was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular then? Who can say? I assume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud.
hard to gauge. But the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Hairbrain certainly has a mind like no other. Provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. It's clear that you both have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think.
It's a possibility that we have to explore.
Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear.
He must have planned all this from the outset. Single shred, huh? I mean, there's a massive hole in the middle. You could drop something down there. Man, if it wasn't so grainy, we might be able to see things a little better. Wait, what did that description say? The metal floor of the stage has been blown open by the explosion. No, it hasn't. The thing just opened up. The hinges broke.
But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick.
You sure about that? If the whole would have required a body double. You could use the waxwork. That's what I've been thinking. Of course, that's it. Mr. Asman was a twin. Objection. We literally just established that that's not the case.
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings.
No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. Bruh. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was someone who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Seath absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. Scythe, rather.
It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact.
So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. Do we present the wax model? I'll press the other two first, but I have a feeling. It crashed head first, you say?
According to the many witness reports from those who were there at the time, yes.
Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day?
Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop.
Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene.
Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower.
So he just immediately gave up the ghost, okay. What a surprise.
I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? Neck was broken from the impact of a... Okay, How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. It is hard to hum when your nose is completely blocked. A terrible, perhaps... Let's just press. So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I am given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? A very good point. No! No, don't give him that. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or another. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of staged trickery rather than genuine science, we'll have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Hairbrain's innocence. Ugh. Sorry. My throat. I'm gonna have my throat lozenge now. My throat is not happy with me. Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. Why is this package not opening? There it is. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? I think what we want is this. And it's like, oh, body double? What about the waxwork? Objection. Dang it. I was like, I was listening very carefully. Did the music stop? It did not. That last statement would seem to be at odds somehow with the evidence. It is your task. has counseled to explain these somehows to the court, not the other way around.
It just seems to jar, though, don't you think?
What I think is that this whole exchange has been extremely jarring, yes.
Perhaps I need to reconsider this. Okay. This was the statement he was like, oh yes, this is the one. So what evidence do we have? We have this. We have the diagram. Torn canvas. Photograph print of the victim taken after he had ostensibly been beamed to the Crystal Tower. It shows an apparent stab wound in the chest. Interesting that his glasses stayed on the entire time. Unless that's the point, and that, like, oh, his glasses were actually part of his face because it is a waxwork. Only Asman male. Hold on. They said there was no way to tell whether the thing... Crash head first. Okay, so that's not something I can present at. Because they said there's no way to tell which one was actually the killing blow. But, like... It says right here that the killing blow was the stab wound. But additional observations were many broken vertebrae. It's just... Okay, so I have investigated everything there is to investigate with this. Photograph the balloon. Oh no, you can see that that is actually a dude. He's just strapped in. It's hard to make out, but he appears to be wearing a monocle with black glass. What do you mean it's hard to make out? It's literally right there. Why do we still have this? Are we going to use it again? Oh, are we going to use this? Because, like, this piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Sholmes has such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. It would appear to be from the Crystal Tower. Wait a second! He said head first. The damage was on the base, not the top. It crashed down with it, causing damage to its base. Aha! We have examined the birdcage that crashed into the Crystal Tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot.
Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. Exclamation mark. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be.
That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. Or maybe this is the one that dropped through the floor. And it got damaged at the bottom because it hit the floor underneath the platform. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which was at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Gag! He switched colors mid-word.
Good gracious, explain yourself, witness.
Well... He's buckling incredibly quickly.
If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the bird cage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first.
The bird cage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion. At an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level.
Which is approximately 18 meters.
If it then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower, it then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration? I don't know how to pronounce that. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
True enough. But the victim's neck was broken.
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed.
You do the wave.
A riveting scientific analysis of the events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say there was only one vertebra, actually.
He wasn't quiet for long. Hold on. Yeah, only one broken vertebra.
I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zieks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his.
If you're going to establish this deception, do it right.
Sorry?
I feel like that's the undertone here.
Yes. There's one more point the defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates.
What? It seems to be that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Wait, we're just amending the testimony? I thought we were getting a brand new testimony. Okay. You will amend your testimony with details of this truth.
Of course. We must treat the matter scientifically, after all.
I nearly had him there. What the hell? We got a new animation, I guess.
The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from.
I'm saving, however. Just in case it's wrong, but like... What are you talking about? Do I present the pop balloon or do I present this? Yeah, probably this. Objection. No? I normally don't save scum, but like... That... Like, it feels like it should have obviously been that. Hold on, I'll press it first. What do you mean?
Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage, in front of the audience.
I feel like I'm mixing up accents here, because I'm trying to do a robot voice while also making him British, and they're like conflicting. And somehow it's turning into American. Yeah, so there were lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimental stage, that's true, experimentation stage.
And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, the victim must have fallen from somewhere.
Wait.
The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance that the birdcage fell.
I've got it. He dropped through the floor.
And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower.
A trenchant scientific analysis.
Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh, yes. It's all very well thought out.
Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean.
Irritatingly, yes. However, how do we prove this? Like, we could do this and say, like, oh, it's about 30 feet up. Or we could do this and say, hey, let's do this, because there's clearly a hole underneath the, underneath where the birdcage was. Objection. Okay. We're just gonna keep going. Because he's like, kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high. Do I just do this? Because, like, this is high up enough that it could have been 30 feet? Just check that nothing else. Or is it just the balloon? We already presented this one, so it can't be that. Oh, that's why this was in the waxwork. He dropped the waxwork into the tower, and then dropped Mr. Asman through the floor, and then at some point switched the two around somehow. Objection. There we go.
This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in mid-air before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel.
Yes, my lord, of course.
You will indicate the place to which you are referring on this same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could have fallen, the prerequisite 30 feet.
It's right here. Oh, press X to present. The place I'm referring to is here.
But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with.
Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself.
Go on, counsel.
Turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above ground as the balloon was above the crash site. Exclamation mark. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. Yeah! At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen at almost the exact same distance. Let's go. And I assume they're gonna go like, oh, can you prove that there was a void there? And like, yeah, there's a fucking photo. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection.
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a controversy in its design.
Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion, so I don't have to present it myself. Nice.
Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone.
Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber, it was you who built the kinesis machine. I still find it interesting that he is buckling incredibly quickly. Which means it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. What if? Right, because the autopsy was done by Miss Courtney Scythe, right? So she could have easily interfered and been like, oh, no, I'll take care of this myself. And then essentially allowed Mr. Drebber to, allowed Mr. Drebber to switch the bodies around without anyone finding out, because she was also involved in the professor's autopsy way back when that Mr. Drebber was apparently also involved in. So clearly the two have some sort of involvement. And that's why Drebber is buckling so quickly, because he's not the final boss here. Which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference.
because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asman's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Grrr. Wah!
Objection.
Oh. I just noticed he doesn't even cut the cork. He pulls it out using his sword. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly but surely. Well, your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Also, then, I guess Miss Scythe was the one who did the swap in the first place. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. Oh, and Miss Scythe was also the one who's like, oh yeah, fingerprints. Fingerprints, they are the same person. Miss Scythe is... I really expected Miss Scythe to be a major character moving forward. But maybe she's, like, out from this case. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. Unless Mr. Asman was somehow involved in the professor case. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? They really only care about motive when it suits them, honestly. There are plenty of times where people have been arrested while the police was trying to establish a motive. But then the moment we accuse someone else, they're like, oh, but what about the motive? Did he have a motive, though? I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zieks? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of the remunerations from the government grants or other income. 30%? Certainly very favourable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Well, that's an awfully convenient clause to insert. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. He does not collide with that wall. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zieks, You will submit the contract as evidence, please.
Mr. Trevor's contract. Let me have a look at that.
The investor, Mr. Odie Asman, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. O. Asman E. Drebber. Okay. Doesn't really tell us anything yet. It's true. If Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Ah, so I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo.
I have noticed something. My accent, I have a lot of, like, because the Australian accent is so lazy, there are certain sounds that if I don't deliberately put in the effort to pronounce them properly, they just sort of disappear, or they, like, get mispronounced, like the letter T, right? I can't pronounce that properly most of the time unless I deliberately try to. So, like, writing becomes writing. It just sounds like a D. But what I've noticed is that if I deliberately put in effort to pronounce everything correctly, I just end up sounding British. So, like, with Susato, I've been trying to, like, not just have my usual voice, but higher pitched. I've been trying to make her sound a bit more proper, right? But that just ends up making her sound British, because the Australian accent is already so close to British in the first place. Anyway, and I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. Exclamation mark.
Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
Coo.
Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Oh ho.
It me. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage, yet we now know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. He's angry. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else, counsel? Are you suggesting?
An accomplice. Yes, my lord, Mr. Drebber had an accomplice, and I think I know who it is. Objection. But I'm going to raise quite the stir by pointing them out.
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter.
What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Mr. Drebber have an accomplice, or not?
I know what I'm going to choose, but just in case. Just in case.
I will name the accomplice. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. So therefore the coroner must have been the accomplice. But that inconsistency itself is a clue.
Counsel.
My lord?
You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice?
It is Miss Courtney Scythe. The name of the person in question is...
What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that.
Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. It could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure we'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Sato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes.
You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel.
The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
What? What the blaze are you talking about? Dr. Scythe?
The head of the forensic investigation team, and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. We know there were two bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could only have been in that team's presence. Hiangi. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify.
Let's go! She's still just eating.
You've got nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud.
I didn't mean to...
I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal?
My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word! Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What?
Certainly, if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body.
It's the wax! And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asmund.
That's true.
If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must also have been 1 person inside each. It's the wax. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this question yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Present evidence. Very well, the defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double.
Good gracious, evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now.
The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was the missing waxwork. We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. Oh, and then the stab wound in the chest was probably like the screwdriver had been like lodged inside the void, inside the drop, something like that. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower.
Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events.
And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this? Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Why is it here in the courtroom? It has no face.
Objection.
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at?
Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. It's time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection.
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime, and now you've moved on to indicting waxworks?
Yes, that's about the size of it.
But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him. It could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give?
If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber.
What?
Just days before Professor Hairbrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's.
Did you say abducted?
And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum.
Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber?
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman. Gah!
Objection.
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal?
That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist?
that he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to affect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection.
Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible.
My lord, I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement.
They got to get us to do that summation examination somehow.
Very good, in that case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leadings for the court to hear now.
I do find it interesting that, like, it became, like, in the very first case, we got, like, them, during the first examination, they all slowly went, like, okay, he's guilty, like, one by one. But then, in every case after that, it's just been, like, everyone immediately declares him guilty at once. Which is interesting. And then we have to, like, revert it.
Guilty. 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 Guilty.
Well, summation examination time.
So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. Going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds.
The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
Some judicial findings.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never been accomplice to anything.
Interesting that we started with juror number 6.
It's utter nonsense to think that those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I have my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without the right evidences? It's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asmund's body double.
Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why? Nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. It's because Courtney is related to the trial of the professor. I have to find a way out of this.
If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. He do be standing. We'll just start by pressing everything. The order of things seem to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must.
I'm taking a screenshot of that. That's... Oh, I can't post screenshots directly from the Switch anymore. No!
What's wrong with that?
I think there's plenty wrong with that, but you do you. Where do I start?
I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when it started. It was rough. It was rough.
I think the public doesn't really trust cops all that much these days either.
We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And win we did. Forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. She spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Scythe, you mean?
That's right. About 10 years ago now it was. When I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team. As a woman, no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you.
Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
We're all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim we were, full of vim.
That's coming across loud and clear. Press you. But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind those murders on Solar Ponds Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Oh.
That's right, oh. That woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Oh dear, this is most troubling, but surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork.
Romantic?
A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. I mean, there is, this Courtney Stevens, but we don't know for certain that that's Dr. Scythe yet. So for now, we press. I've had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity with our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Oh ho? Sir, you should not be doing that. Gun safety.
Excuse me.
Do you have something in... Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Automole?
Who are you calling a mass murderer?
Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do.
Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you?
No one would have called a coroner into question, but in them days, a coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her...
There we go.
Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name on it. She was the best of the best. The apple in the forensics eye.
Hold on a moment. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Sorry. Got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married.
Of course, yes, silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes, don't see why not.
Here we go. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course, a legendary coroner even back then. Well now, there is actually something to do with the thing. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Hello, Nemvi. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good day. Evening, night, time zones. I think it's either evening or night for you, I assume. But I hope you're having a good day. Playing some Ace Attorney today.
Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens. Having a good time, Zan. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I've been on leave all this week, but I've been focused on trying to get my cover song done before the weekend, so I've only been able to stream today. But having time to work on things that aren't related to work has been nice. And through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. Oh goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the defense cannot, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as the Professor. It is The killer's autopsy report, which says the autopsy was done by Miss Stevens herself.
Take that!
Take that! I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have?
It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. That is still such a lame name for, like, a serial killer. Not that we should be glorifying serial killers or anything, but the Professor? Seriously? I'm not making a good case for myself here. Anyway, exclamation mark.
The Professor's... But the man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens?
Strike a light!
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't, in fact, resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Not guilty. Let's go.
Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end.
I didn't think we'd sway him as well, but I'll take it. It's the professor, that's what links that frightful swindler and the coroner. Right, we didn't go through all of his testimony, but we'll come back to him if there's nothing else. So we need to sway 2 more jurors. Seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork has ever been inside the birdcage. Press. But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion.
Seeing you and you play this game make me want to check it out so bad. You should. It's real good. Miko's been playing it as well. It's apparently the first 3 games, the original trilogy collection is like available on Game Pass, I think. But like everything except the Edgeworth spin-offs. Used to think he didn't actually solve anything. No, that's Professor Layton. No, these, all the logic is basically you have to figure it out yourself. It's great. It's a very thinky game. And I like those kinds of games. Oh, for real? Yeah. Yeah. So, like, the original trilogy is on Game Pass, I think. And then the original trilogy, the sequel trilogy, and the one I'm currently playing, the Great Ace Attorney duology, they're all available on modern platforms thanks to these HD collections. And coming out later this year, the other spin-off, the Miles Edgeworth games, they're also coming out on modern systems. So almost the entire Ace Attorney series is available
on like Steam and modern consoles and whatnot is real cool. It's a good time to be an Ace Attorney fan, except for the fact that we haven't gotten a new game in like 7 years. We've just got ports and translations of all the old ones. So cool, right? I'm happy. Anyway, where was I? Yes. I was trying to remember, have I read this line yet or not? I have not.
I grant you that, given this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could have at least had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about a waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But perhaps that means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor waxwork was inside the birdcage. Can I produce that or not? Let me check. Oh wait, I didn't actually examine this, did I? Is there anything for us to look at? Oh, there's a lock. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know. It's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. Is there nothing? Nothing on the head? I was sure we were going to find something like maybe a dent or something showing that it broke. Oh, right! The piece of glass! Glass from the crystal tower that was found inside the code of the waxwork. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very tiring. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside the birdcage. Namely... Da-da-da!
What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick, and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The Crystal Tower? Holy smoke!
Exactly, the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
From whence this small piece originated. Is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say colour shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside the birdcage.
Right, so he hasn't changed his leading yet, though. We've just changed his statement, so presumably we need to pit that statement against someone else, but I don't know what yet. So we'll press the corn girl first. See what she has to say on this. I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you? Colonel Cobb? He's been growing back on the farm. Picked him off on me way to town. He's a proper nibbler, he is. Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial? Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever I've something big to decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see? You're talking about your cob of corn? Nibble, nobble, guilty, not bobble. Nibble, not guilty out. Nibble, nobble, guilty, bobble. Nibble, not guilty out. Nibble, nobble, guilty, bobble. How many times are you going to say this? Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home. So Professor Hairbrain's afraid to be decided by a cob of corn? Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Oh, I don't know about that. Me tum's awfully full already. Amazing! Now that is a good pun. Oh, that was great. Even with unnamed characters, they can throw on great puns. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot. If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asman's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. If you can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this. Not sure how that's relevant, but okay. Right, yes. The yard coroner's under suspicion, then we're not done here yet, are we? Clearly. Utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving. Let's press this and go through the full statement without juror number 6 interrupting, just to see. What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity with our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Sometimes they even cook up a story to extort monies from the poor. Well, that's definitely not right. Yes, and it is why I say that if you trust the police, you will have trouble. But here you are, claiming this waxwork model was stolen to star in an illusionary spectacular. The idea is so wild, I think I will take my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion. This is how the public at large views Scotland Yard, is it? Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old, is it? Perhaps we should view what's happened here in London as a measure of what may happen at home. Yes, like a Scotland Yard stick. I wonder how a policeman would feel this. Okay, well, I'm sure he'd have a word or two to say in response. Well, yes, we already did that. I'm going to try and pit this guy, like, because she said without the right evidences, but we just showed that there is evidence. Yeah, the music stops. As is Ace Attorney tradition, if the music stops, you know you've got it right. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the jurors sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours is about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science to not pursue the matter further.
Thank you. So that's why he didn't immediately change his leading, because we needed to use him to pit against juror number 5. Well, me too then. Sorry? If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. Well, that worked out. Success! If you can call it that. Let's go.
Thank you, counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue.
We did it! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. A wondrous victory, I think, she said. I kind of skipped past it by accident.
A waxwork of the despicable professor. Used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir. By using evidence and testimony.
Humph. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner?
Madame Tuspels. Eh? I really thought that Lord Van Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry. We're gonna see the wax lady. I didn't put wax in the title of the stream for nothing.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
And Miss Scythe, please.
Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Oh, yes?
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
That's all, apparently.
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
What about Dr. Scythe? We need to bring her in as well. To be continued. Oh boy. It will be continued right now, though. In fact.
Let us continue.
24th October, 11:53. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Ah, the knight errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. Where's Iris, anyway? She hasn't shown up yet. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? It doesn't look like any professor I've met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Zeeks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes? In what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zeeks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set. So that leaves me as an empty seat, all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me. Whomst? Oh, hello. Oh, we're in trouble now. Dr. Scythe? Uh-oh. Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe. I don't speak French. How do you pronounce that? Nay? Nay? Nay Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. So that's why we're summoning the Wax Lady instead. Well then, Mr. Strongheart. The Pandora's box you are warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide it from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way I see fit. I have no regrets, not at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. She is absolutely guilty. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will all become all too apparent, whether you like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good, I shall make myself scarce then. Sholmes caramel? What? I purchased a bar of caramel, so I will be gnawing on it as you gnaw away at the truth. What the fuck? Sholmes caramel? What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. Interesting. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. Loading screen. 24th October, 12:40 p.m. The Old Bailey Court. Oh man, we missed lunch.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord.
Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation, as seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zieks.
My lord.
Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels?
Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. I will say, as much as I like games with a lot of story and dialogue, does wear on your mouth and your throat after a while reading everything out aloud.
Very well, bring in the witness.
Probably wouldn't be as bad if I didn't insist on doing voices for every single character. Oh no! Now I'm gonna have to do I already did the German accent for the fucking professor. Now I've got to do the French accent for the wax lady. Oh no.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand.
Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, and as I'm sure he is, it means he must have an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them, is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. Oh, she's making a waxwork of Sholmes.
State your name and occupation for the court, please.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artisan, and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face?
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model? Kidnapped?
Oh, she finally put it down.
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman.
But of course, I know him well. He is part of my...
That's the pun! It's not Odiesman or anything. Odie Asman is an odious man. God damn it. Okay, that's clever. I like that. See, the first game really kind of dropped the ball when it came to pun names, but this game has picked it up hardcore. I'm happy with that.
He is part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
I have an idea. Get me Google Translate.
Quel dommage.
I had to see how it was pronounced.
It would seem you are unaware of the two spells' principles.
What principles?
The family two spells has always prided itself on sculpting models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà our principles. There is a well-known legend about the two spells' waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the two spells family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We two spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask?
Oui, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tussauds special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure. Witness testimony. The Professor Waxwork. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked London society. That shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tussauds' family principles. I enlisted the aid of a gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
Well then. The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this?
Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, eh?
So you truly saw it. The face of that monster.
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tussauds would not be Tussauds if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time.
Jesus.
This special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
10-year-old article. Let's have a look at that.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
Mr. Drebber's dreadful encounters. Man rises from the grave. Executed criminal returns on the... Oh, he's got the... He's got the box. Was the bowel mask the blaze? the blame for the great blaze? Mad Sheep Rampage? I like that they actually bothered filling in all the other articles. Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal. The Great Stink. Krakatoa eruption. Oh no. Wait a fucking second. That's Mr. Asman's signature. So Mr. Asman was involved in this case as well. Oh ho. The plot thickens.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor, as you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together.
Cross-examination. Special exhibit in the House of Horrors. I've noticed that every testimony seems to be 5 passages long. Is that just a thing? Because it seems to be happening every time that I've started to look. Anyway. And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one no Londoner would ever forget.
Ah, right. I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else.
Yes, that story will never disappear.
The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this.
It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life.
The corpse climbed out of his own grave? And then someone shot him? Who? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
I apologize to any French people for how much I am butchering your accent. But it was just a story. I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it?
Oui, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame, might I say something? Please, go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, that it doesn't necessarily mean it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life.
Sorry?
10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead.
I see.
It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Well now. Oh hey, because we had a to be continued, I got the life I lost back. Nice. Taken directly from the corpse. Is it true? Is that true of every waxwork in your museum then?
It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comme ça.
I'm sorry, I have to translate it because I don't know how to pronounce this shit. I don't speak French. No. My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor. And for some criminals, a symbol of status, even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of Tuspels. This is the 8 of the grade, and created a mold for the head in the cemetery. Surely that's illegal, isn't it?
It would seem that the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed.
It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. This is the raison d'etre. I'm like, putting everything into Google Translate's taking too long. I'm just gonna fudge it. Raison d'etre of the Tuspels Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present would know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The Professor's identity is a national secret.
I understand. And now that the truth about this special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close.
Of course it will, as will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the Professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactement. I hid myself until he gave a signal. I was there for a very long time that night.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence I missed my perfect window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. A Wrigley Mortis? It's the name given to the phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death and starts in the jaw.
I see. So that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. Ugh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the courts just heard. Let's say it's significant.
The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. This is no time for jokes, Mr. Sato.
Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr. Took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. Let me just check. Confirmed at midnight, 17th June.
As dawn approached,
Hold it!
you say dawn was approaching? What was the time of day then, approximately?
Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on the 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Indeed it did. First light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning.
That really is early. The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour.
Okay, so she did have...
Wait a fucking second. That wouldn't be before rigor mortis. Rigor mortis sets in 3 hours. So rigor mortis would have set in, like, before... Huh. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If someone had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too?
You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame.
Is what you just said particularly significant? Yes, it is very significant. Madame, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant. So I think now that we have both of these here, then we can present it. Because if we'd just gotten this and tried to present it without first learning about rigor mortis, hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise. So before the onset of rigor mortis, half hour before sunrise. Let's just go for it. Because this says that it was confirmed at midnight, which means that rigor mortis should have set in at 3.
Objection!
Okay, nope. The defense will... Oh, maybe it's the... Maybe it's the other one?
I have to overrule your objection, counsel.
The defense would have to accept the penalty given.
Glad to hear it. You would also have to think again.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death, is that right? Oui. C'est ça? Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject. No. That is only elementary work. Elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit my ignorance about forensic science. I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like.
I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them.
Oh dear, I'll do my very best.
So do I present it here instead then? This was before the onset of rigor mortis. Oh yeah, I guess it makes more sense to present it here then. Maybe?
Objection.
Yes, I just presented it to the wrong statement, that's fine. Madame Tuspels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that the problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another.
Quoi?
Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend?
According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn, and at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame?
You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time.
But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June.
No.
If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in.
Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff.
In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection.
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd.
In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time.
Impossible! Order! Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only did you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck! Extraordinary! Not in my day! My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
What fact?
The professor died that night without question.
He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no...
Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows?
Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case?
It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
It's this, presumably.
Take that.
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery.
You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now?
Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection.
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press.
Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious?
The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word, yes indeed.
My oui. The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection.
Of course there was a witness, the story didn't write itself. But obviously the man made it all up. In any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
On the contrary, my lord. We all know this witness very well.
What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say he's right here before my very eyes.
You will substantiate your latest claim now, then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
It's in the article. It literally says it right there underneath. The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Drebber? The previous witness?
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. I still don't know what the pun in his name is, though.
Order! 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 Surely not, counsel. Drebber was there? In Lowgate Cemetery?
What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tussauds doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No! But that would mean...
Madame Tussauds, it would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber.
Oui? Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past.
What?
Oh my. Well, obviously she had to make the waxwork of him. Why are we all surprised?
Good gracious. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course. Oh, more testimony. Oh no, never mind. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed, except in the article you gave us. It literally says Mr. Drebber's dreadful encounter. That is, apart from in one newspaper, the article you gave us. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article?
Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable! When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactamente. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from this cemetery. Only £5? That's not much, right? I don't know what the economy was like in these days. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork of the executed criminal, waxwork model, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today, even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated it, Dr. Scythe, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why?
Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying?
Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double.
Ah!
So he was basically blackmailing her. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
But according to the missive I have received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she?
Flashback.
Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information out of me.
Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks.
The prosecution calls for the instructions that the missive to be scrapped.
Let's go!
But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
Let's go!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on any on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me.
Yes!
Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
Let's go!
Order, order! Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect, addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. But before that... Oh! Miss Two Spells is still here. Before that, I am going to take a real quick break to use the bathroom. And then we will be right back to finish this case. It's probably going to go a bit over my usual stream end time, but I don't care. I'm going to finish it. Anyway, I will be right back. Where's my BRB scene? I'm back.
Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe.
I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end. As would any prosecutor worth his salt.
Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. The model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? Everyone's getting sassy with each other. According to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Admittedly... Oh wait, no, yeah. So I don't know exactly what his motive is yet, but it's definitely something related to the fact that Mr. Asman was related to that one article that named him. So like maybe this was just him tying up loose ends or something. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it? You can see the resemblance in that, actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Two-Spells, you mean? Surely he's not going to claim it's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. Coo. Fucking anime ass laughs.
What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet, now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too.
Do the wave.
Very well, then. If everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the story of what happened that night for what it's worth.
Well now.
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course.
As you wish.
I'm surprised that animation didn't have him, like, partially clipping into her shoulder. His hands must be more forward than I thought they were. In the cemetery 10 years earlier.
The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article.
Oh! That news... The reason he killed Mr. Asman was because Mr. Asman turned him into a laughingstock by actually publishing his name in the article. And as a result, he had to give up on his dreams of being taken seriously as a scientist. We have our motive. Let's go. Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now?
Of course. You'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead.
But, so you're saying this article is...
Not worth the paper it's printed on. I think that would describe it perfectly, yes.
Ah!
If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together.
So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument?
Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead.
So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society.
Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposers.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see.
Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article?
Ah, yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I had done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish.
Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now.
At once, my lord. I feel like we need to like present the article to be like, oh yes, you gave up on your dreams of being a scientist because of the victim. But in order to actually figure out how we're supposed to present it, I'm going to need to press everything. And again, it's 5 statements. Interesting. By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. Thought I heard something, but apparently not.
The lantern and spade.
But who on earth would want to bury a dead body? Would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital? Oh, that's the wrong voice. Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious agreements with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see? That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand.
You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences.
We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Hairbrain said the exact same.
I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. This is probably the stupidest voice, but I don't know how else to interpret the fact that he fucking changes color. I think I'm just gonna go with like
Fucking weirdly emphasizing it like Zelkov from Fire Emblem Engage. Because dropping in pitch every time is like getting annoying. The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time. You know. You know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. That's better. So you went to the papers instead? I started big, with the London News. But unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. It spread like the plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. Yet only two or three of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration? Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then? Well... Thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor at all, though. What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among us students. Among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned victims. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. As a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. Oh, you actually saw it! I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? I'm gonna save because I feel like it's gonna ask me for that. But I feel like it's the camera because we found a dark red stain inside the camera. Right? When the lens is extended, dark staining is visible on the bellows. If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo, I know, I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. I'm just gonna go for it.
Objection.
Nope. I'm getting ahead of myself. Yeah. Would you care to mull over precisely what you found odd about it on your return journey to Japan? Oh no. I wouldn't be back to give the court my answer for about 4 months, though. Rest assured, we should be happy to carry proceedings forward in your absence, counsel. He sounds serious. I have to prove my worth before he really does send me back home. Okay, let's press everything else first. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. That young woman being Madame Tuspels, of course.
Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later.
As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and comme ça, I found the man.
Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said.
I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded.
Oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. Oh, I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas?
The camera!
Did you? I can't say I remember.
What was it, madame?
His camera.
Ah.
Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion to any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir. To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tuspels way. So it would seem then that this is the very camera Mr.
I'm supposed to get this information and then present it. I got ahead of myself.
The very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to locate cemetery on the night in question.
Yes, interesting. There we go. I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. Now we present it. Are you sure about that?
Objection.
What? Okay. Alright, just press everything first. I thought I had it. It has the blood on it, though. This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus?
Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result.
Mon Dieu, I had no idea.
And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade.
You combine your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Hairbrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he?
Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort.
What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now.
What circumstances?
Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly.
Illustration was based on what I witnessed. Realized I never actually saw the professor. So I don't present the camera? When the lens is extended, dark staining can be seen on the bellows. I've already checked everything else on the camera, so there's no more additional information to glean from it. Let me look at this. Just behind the prison on the night of that foul demon's execution. Oh, he has his camera open. So that definitely shows why, like, there was blood on it, but... I am confused, because I was sure it would be this. The actual camera. Well, I've gotten all the information, so I'll save again now, and we can reload this one. If I fail. We only have 2 health left, but it's fine. So do I do it on this one? Because you had the camera with you, so why is it based on what you witnessed rather than what you...
Objection.
Nope, okay. Okay. Yeah. Think back, I realized I never actually saw the professor. Came up all dream of being a scientist. So she did say to present it to this, but if it's not camera, bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. I don't get it. Don't suppose there's anything on this, is there? A metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. Seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. I thought it might have a year on it and we can prove like, oh no, he didn't give up on his dreams. Or something. Maybe I do present that. Because he still held on to it after all those years.
Objection.
Okay, no. I don't know if this game does the thing where, like, you can just restart from where you're at, but with full health, but I'll actually load instead. I am very confused, because I was sure that... Like, I never actually saw the professor, but we have, like, his camera, which has a... has that. Let's press this one again, see exactly what they say. What are you talking about? Explained already, locate cemeteries at the rear, Barclay. Ghost the Condemned. For some reason I was scared. As a result, you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know, is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If you have anything at all, no need to present that. And it's... like, it makes sense to me that we would present the camera here, because it's the actual camera that he had with him on the night in the cemetery 10 years ago. And when it's extended, a dark staining can be seen on the bellows. That I would assume is blood.
Objection.
But it doesn't work. So I am very confused. I feel like this is the first time I've been completely stumped by this game. So if I press this again, will she talk about the camera again? Being Madame Two Spells. Didn't expect her to run into her. Explained. Found the man. Daily Circus. Poor student with barely a penny. Purchase something. Can't say I remember. His camera. Taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. To record the details. So I sold it. But I still have it. Very meticulous. Interesting. Okay. I don't get it. Like, I feel like this is the right answer, but it's not. Do I need to, like, look at it again just to make sure that I actually... Wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this. Anything mechanical I find almost irresistible. Yeah. Poor Professor Mikitoba. And then we have this. Look, Miss Naruhodo, what is it? On the bellows just here seem to be some very dark red stains. Looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Ha ha ha. But apparently that's not enough for us to... It's where the photographic plate goes, I think, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Isn't it incredible to think that this is the actual camera Mr. Dre used that night? Okay, so this is new. I certainly never imagined a piece of evidence would be on display in Madame Tuspel's museum. She's very keen on everything being as true to life as possible, though, isn't she? And that's it. We have everything there is to see here. But apparently me saying, hey, there's blood on this, is not enough. But it's got to be the camera, right? Because we got the new information and they wouldn't let you go past without getting that information. But I presented it on, like, all the statements. Well, all the relevant statements.
Objection.
I don't... am so confused. Why isn't it working? I witnessed. Like, he said, if you have any evidence, present it here.
Objection.
But it's nothing. I don't get it. I'm clearly missing something obvious. Clearly. Let me look through my evidence. Crossbow, photograph of the victim. Birdcage, broken glass. I feel like it's got to be the camera, but we've already seen everything there is to see with the camera. I don't understand. It says dark staining can be seen when you extend the bellows. Waxwork head. Killer's autopsy. So if it's not the camera, do I...
Objection.
Okay. So I guess you get the information about the camera and then you present the article? Because... Sorry, Mr. Driver, but I don't believe that. We'll see where this goes, I guess.
Don't believe what?
Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago.
Oh dear, we seem to be at odds, but I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see.
The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Is that supposed to be a mask? I did not realize that was supposed to be a mask. I thought it was just like vaguely drawn because they don't know what his face is.
Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge.
So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard... I mean, it makes sense, but also... Like, I feel like it's a bit... contrived that you need to get that information about the camera first, because the camera is kind of unrelated. Oh, drop something. Anyway, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Ugh.
Order, order! Well, Mr. Drebber? It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses,
and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it?
If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you.
Oh, and then it's probably going to go back to the testimony, and he just amends it instead of getting a brand new testimony. So then you'd get an opportunity to get the information about the camera, and now we're probably going to use the camera. That's my guess.
Of course, of course. Only happy to oblige.
I can't believe he's not going to concede the point.
What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work.
Hold it!
Doubt. A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about?
Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them.
If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord.
Ah, yes, well.
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. Oh? Excuse me. Madame Tuspels. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now.
If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about?
Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot.
Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Mr. Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady.
Please, Madame Tuspels, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort.
No, you are very explicit about the details. About the mask the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot.
Enough! Shut up, woman. You're making this all up. That will do. Mr. Drebber?
Yes.
You refute the account just given by Madame Tuspels? I have no recollection of ever saying those things.
Come on, do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well.
And now we present the camera. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any spattering of blood. There was, in fact, spattering of blood.
Objection.
There we go. Holy shit, that was an ordeal. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night? Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber.
And that is supposed to be significant?
This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forwards. It's on the end of some bellows. Like this. Oh, he's got to hold it? Normally the prosecutors only get objection. I did not realize that Van Zieks had to hold it as well.
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain.
Ah. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord. Are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spattering of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Gah. Gah! There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact you saw the professor that night.
But why? Why would he want to do that?
Well, not for his own gain, it would seem.
For whose, then? Who could benefit?
Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness, he's shielding someone?
And he just turned to look at them. Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Take that!
It's Miss Scythe, obviously. The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe.
Scythe? What? Whatever do you mean?
Imagine if convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? Imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. And if it was the professor,
But that would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened.
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean...
I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asmund with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Ah! The foot slam. Lord Van Zeeks.
Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall-tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing.
What's that?
If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever?
Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more.
The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend?
Considered what?
Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it.
To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose.
And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asmund at all.
Yes, you did. He was the guy who ruined your reputation by publishing this article.
Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There is the contract, that's very true.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme, especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asmund's life would have made no sense anyway, which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asmund. But why? What was his motive then? I know.
Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Or charade, perhaps. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we?
The disciple, dodged back.
How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to any more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
All right, who exactly was Mr. Asmund to Mr. Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence that show what it is. I know what pieces! I know the pieces! Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the Hi, the witness wanted the victim dead is right here.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord.
That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should have never been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing.
I've made Drebber and Van Zeek's voices too similar, but oh well. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead.
What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
It is this because it's the same signature.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman.
Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact, that proves I had no reason to kill the man.
No, I'm afraid not.
What?
There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman.
It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
It is here.
Take that!
The signature. What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person.
What?
Ah! As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical.
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman.
Ah!
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Mr. Asman?
Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale. That would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it to print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So, you had given up on your dream. You had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough! Gotta do the wave. Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other, after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a few select geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me. Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess talent for science than me? I've noticed that he's stopped doing the orange text thing. Interesting. I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. This is why we have the trophy, because we're like, no, you never actually wanted to give up on science. You have this trophy. How dare you? I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to prove the idea that I was happy to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent? Because you have this. Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Exclamation mark. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? But even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. As a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is, he's not going to actually give us the truth, is he? Finally, he's going to fold. Are you sure about that? You sure about that, Mr. Naruhodo? Hold it. I'm guessing that's Scythe. Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing?
It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago.
No. Good Lord! Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying?
Gonna have a good stream. No worries. Thanks for stopping by, Nem. I hope you have a good evening. Hope you enjoyed what you stuck around for. Bye-bye.
Where was I?
Do you realize what you're saying, woman?
It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating.
There he is.
That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket.
Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago.
All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now.
The real question is why they never actually executed him. Or why the execution failed, I guess.
Why on earth would you buckle now?
Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished.
This entire time, she's been on the stand and has not said a fucking word. We got her up here to testify and she said nothing.
So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything.
Surely it goes without saying.
You admit your part in it too, then?
I admit nothing at all.
What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong.
No! Order.
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks... Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. Whatever happens next is in your hands, of course.
I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court.
Eh?
This trial is not the proper form for which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense. thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Hairbrain's innocence. Kind of an unsatisfying ending, though, isn't it? I feel like he's deliberately cutting the trial short because it's like, oh, things are going to look even worse if we keep going.
Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
I guess not. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... Remember what Sholmes said. Sholmes said, if you have even a little bit of doubt, pursue it to the fullest. The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony.
What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client, and to secure an acquittal.
Obviously.
But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me. About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ha! In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get at the acquittal you wanted for him. There is simply no point protracting this business further with any tedious cross-examination. Toss it in the crowd. Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it?
What is your objection, Lord Van Zieks?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid.
If there is more to this case than has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You'll what?
Lord Van Zeeks.
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
Very well. The waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. Oh, I should be reading this in her voice. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instruction, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret at the highest level. I had to protect it. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems. And all meticulously prepared. You did well to see it through, it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit. And then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. See, here's the thing, right? How did he get stabbed? Where'd the stab wound come from? We haven't addressed that yet. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examination any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent?
Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Cross-examination. The waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea of who was behind it? There are very few people. Oh, I just noticed Madame Two Spells is no longer at the stand. There are very few people who know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it? I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern.
But the horse is bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this.
Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that.
So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body?
The actual body was beneath the experimentation stage. So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words... See, now I'm not emphasizing the the orange words, because it seems like they are just like emphasizing important words rather than what Mr. Drebber was doing. You recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower. And the waxwork? I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tuspel's. I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage? Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. Body had to be arranged. Are we going to address the stabbing? When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this? Okay, we are addressing this. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's notes said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asmund. So you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, into the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage laying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report, as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. What is it, Mr. Sato? Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe? There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? What I want her to supplement her testimony with is... Let me check the court record. Shows an apparent stab wound to the chest. Which, yeah, she said she did that. I don't suppose... Yeah, there's no blood stain there, but I guess we can't really say for certain that that's relevant. Which of these would be the important part? Because the real cause of death would implicate Drebber, but if this was real, then she would be the one to actually kill him. But I don't know. Let's start with this. How you stabbed Mr. Asman in the chest, that part. Fine, if that's what you want. But there's really no need to point.
The prosecution concurs.
He totally pointed deliberately just to piss her off. Oh, I missed... hold on.
Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness.
If you wish, my lord. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest.
Hold it!
So it was you who stabbed Mr. Asman with this? Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given.
As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body.
There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. This is the entire forensics team. Truth about the execution. Stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest.
Hold it!
Let's do this again and see if we can get the other statement to see what I can get from that. In his words, fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Mr. Asman. So you went without any of your team to where Mr. Asman had fallen. Okay, this is new. That's right, yes. I leaned down over the birdcage and opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. After that, it was simply a matter of recording the stab wound as the cause of death in the autopsy report. The real cause of death being the fall, of course. Sure, there's something here in this testimony. You know, if you think it would be appropriate, I'm sure you could ask Dr. Scythe to change the supplementary testimony she gave before. What should I ask her to do with the statement since she added? Let's have her change it and see what we can do with that. Dr. Scythe, what you said before about the real cause of death. I believe that may be significant, so could you change your supplementary statement and explain that instead? Very well. The actual cause of death was the neck trauma Asman suffered from the 30-foot fall. You're quite sure of that? It was as a result of a broken neck? Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You'd never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you? Oh, that was... Should have done Susato's voice, oh well. No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted.
There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony.
Very well. He mentioned evidence, which makes me think this is what we need. But how do we prove it? How do we prove that he actually maybe survived the fall? Because you can see the stab wound, but that doesn't tell us anything. Inflicted by a sharp implement, broken Additional... Very distinctive handle. There's nothing else we can examine on this? I feel like it's got to be this, but what can we use to prove this? To prove that she's perhaps lying about that? Because I can show the photo, but like you can't tell that his neck, whether or not his neck has been snapped there. Alternatively, the statement was that she plunged the screwdriver into his body. Let's just try. No? Okay. Was the neck trauma Mr. Asman suffered from the 30-foot fall? It's like no point calling into question. Is this sharp enough to be considered a sharp object? I guess so.
Objection.
Okay. Reload. True cause of death was the neck trauma. I mean, his neck seems fine, but we can't prove that. Hold on. I'll press the other statements first, just in case.
Hold it.
But I feel like it's got to be something we present to one of those two. The entire team, in perverting the course of justice. My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare talk of chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Ugh. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on?
Hold it.
But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out now anyway. Yes, as you say. I take full responsibility.
Blow me down, Dr. Scythe!
Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination.
Phew, I nearly froze under that cold stare as she said that. I do believe she was being genuine though, Mr. Naruhodo.
So that's her story.
She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? The truth is, I find it strange too. Those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel they're still trying to hide something.
The actual cause of death. I've got this.
Thing is, there's nothing here that really indicates anything besides the stab wound.
There's this, but she's basically telling us, yeah, this is a lie. There's this, which, for all we know, that who's poking through the grill of the base of what?
Objection!
Okay, no. I'm just trying things at this point. I'm a little lost. Don't suppose there are any other arrows in this. Haven't really used this, have we? Really just to tell Sholmes, get Sholmes to recognize who he is. Did I present this? I think I did.
Objection!
Okay. It's got to be on one of these two statements. And this is the one where they said it's no point doubting her assessment without evidence. The other one...
Hold it!
Let me just go through this again. Let me see what the other statement was again. We have to go through this again. Leaned down over the birdcage, opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands, plunged it into his chest. Maybe. You said before about what you did to the victim's body. I believe that may be significant, so could you change your supplementary testimony to explain that instead? Very well. Stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage. Oh, is this where we now present it? Because now, it's like, okay, he was killed in the cage, but there's no blood.
Objection!
Nope. I'm lost! Stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. Clearly didn't plunge it very far, considering it's only the tip that got blood on it.
Objection.
I have no clue. So I feel like the other statement, the actual cause of death was the neck trauma. That feels like the one that makes more sense to object to, because this is the one that has more serious implications. Because if the actual cause of death was the neck trauma, then, well, if the actual cause of death wasn't the neck trauma, then it means that she's the one that killed him. But I don't know if that's something I can prove. It's the waxwork head. I'm gonna see what happens if I actually lose, because...
Objection.
Okay. Let's see, does it give me my health back?
Thank you, counsel. That will do.
But my lord, wait. The defense is still in the process of establishing its argument.
No further analysis is necessary, I feel. As such, I shall be requesting the final decision to the members of the jury.
It's been an honor to serve, my lord, and we know exactly what we think now.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Even though it makes absolutely no sense.
Kill me.
Mr. Albert Harebrain, in accordance with the findings of this court, I pronounce you guilty. I applaud the jurors for doing their civic duty and finding a swift resolution to this matter. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Yep. Retry from this scene. Holy shit. This has me stumped.
Hold it.
Say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's notes said something along the lines of fabricate evidence to make it clear that Harebrain alone could have killed Asmund. So you mean that was your doing? I fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone into the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor. Didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. I'm trying to take all of this in to try and figure out where the problem lies. There's a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. She paused there, which makes me feel like, yeah, that's the suspicious part. My word. What is it, Mr. Sato? Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement.
is playing on my mind. Yeah, that pause was suspicious, so I feel like I am looking at the right statement. Which part? The real cause of death. Just stop yelling, please. The prosecution concurs. Also, if you select this one, she says stop yelling, and if you select the other one, she says stop pointing. But unfortunately, Van Zieks does not yell like he did with the pointing. Actual cause of death was the neck trauma he suffered. Yeah, we can save over this one. What can we present? Tower, crossbow, photographic print, autopsy report, screwdriver, photograph, Enoch Drebber, bird cage, piece of broken glass, camera, science trophy, waxwork head, killer's autopsy, post-explosion photograph, Drebber's contract 10-year-old article. Could it be this? Because I feel like I've tried most everything else.
Objection.
Okay, so it's not that.
Objection.
It's not the photograph of the victim.
Objection.
It's not the autopsy. I'm just trying everything now. I don't know.
Objection.
It's not the screwdriver.
Objection.
And it's not the birdcage. Okay. God damn. Don't suppose there's anything else on the crossbow that might be relevant. Nope, nothing there. Nothing else seems relevant, though.
Alright, let's try presenting a bunch of stuff to the other one.
Hold it!
I am so lost. And here I was thinking we'd be able to finish this. We just finish this easily in one stream. I do feel like it has to be the one I was going for, because she had that very deliberate pause of like, yes, it was the fall, of course. But you know, we'll try. Right, lay in the toppled cage and plunge the screwdriver into the chest. So, is it? Oh. Huh? Okay, so I don't know what the contradiction here is. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth.
What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue?
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation.
Out with it, my learned friend.
There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. Look at this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different.
What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain.
Where in this photograph should we see the inconsistency with the witness's alleged... the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement? I'll save over this one this time. So the witness's statement was that she opened up the cage, took the screwdriver with two hands and plunged it into his heart. Is it just the stab wound?
Take that!
Look closely at the blood stain on the victim's chest. Okay. It clearly Oh! Holy shit, it does! It clearly extends down in a downwards direction towards the man's feet. So the inconsistency was that it was toppled over.
And why is that significant, Counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah! Of course! No, that's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the Grand Deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had already fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after a 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst the birdcage was in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Maybe he was alive and he sat up and she stabbed him then? Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. So I was right that she fabricated the true cause of... that she didn't fabricate the true cause of death. And that she was lying about it in her testimony, but we didn't have the evidence to prove it.
In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. Ah! I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here.
What? What sort of misapprehension?
Dr. Scythe, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the blood stain really tells us has only one possible answer.
If that is the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story was shown to be a lie by the contradiction in our testimony?
The autopsy report. You say that you examined the body and wrote this report based on your findings. But that's a blatant lie, isn't it? I'm sorry, but I simply can't fathom what you're attempting to say. The truth is, oh. Ryunosuke, shut the fuck up. I'm not reading this. Yes, I can honestly say that's not what happened. I thought the idea was that, like, the testimony, the autopsy report wasn't fake. She like wrote the real cause of death or whatever. But whatever. Well, good. Glad to hear it.
What on earth was the purpose of that exchange, Counsel?
Will this farce never end? But there's no question that the coroner's testimony was built on a tremendous lie.
Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie?
Okay. How she was coerced. I'm guessing the stabbing of the... Yeah. She can't have stabbed the victim while he was lying down. I do still think she was coerced. Unless she somehow coerced Drebber, but that doesn't make much sense to me. The answer is very simple, if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time.
But as you rightfully pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage.
Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection.
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember?
No, that is the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. The wood was too strong. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. Where'd the other guy go? If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. The reason she interrupted and admitted to everything was to pin the murder on Drebber. When in reality, Drebber had a failed attempt and she was the one who did the murdering. Ah! Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Hairbrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
I can't do good screams.
Order! Order! Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him?
You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice, in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder.
Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now, you're making all this up, as if I would do something like that.
I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone.
Ha! Logic. Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it.
What? What do you mean?
I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman?
Asman was involved in a number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem rather far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something before that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. Sorry, I need a... There's Drebber wearing the monocle. I'm not sure. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no good reason is a very different story. No. When you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What?
What was it, counsel? Enlighten the court at once.
Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object... The scalpels! She's been selling them to Mr. Asman, who's been then dealing them out on the black market. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. It's a scalpel. Or rather, scalpels.
Did you say scalpels?
It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor.
You... Come on, out with it!
It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Or laboratory, whatever. Look at this big, thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
$500 scalpels a month?
At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts.
Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find where it was going would be extremely straightforward.
Okay, no, so she wasn't buying them scalpels. She was selling them. She was
paying them off and just putting it under, oh, we're buying scalpels. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade.
Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean...
I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. But clearly, the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. Breakdown time. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. Is that it? Bit of a lackluster breakdown. But I guess some people are just like that. Oh, maybe we'll get one from Mr. Drebber. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened.
10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's hand had you over all the fate's had over you for all these years.
Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick! I can't abide their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Drebber.
I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it? You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it?
Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
The condemned convict you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. Your account of those events was all true.
Then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future he might have had.
So your plan required that you abduct a particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise.
It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asman turned up at my workshop.
He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye, about the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had had to suffer.
So we don't get a proper breakdown, do we? Just get their regular desk slamming animations. Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially not for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Hairbrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps we will get a breakdown after all. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Never mind, guess not.
Lord Van Zeeks, what of Dr. Scythe? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions for her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Hairbrain.
Oh, yes?
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say that you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor? I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I would do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
No, Professor, that's not true.
What?
Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
Lord Van Zeeks.
And the derision with which you referred to earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams.
That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Oh. Thank you, Barok.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, my lord?
It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections.
None from me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision.
It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
Huh? What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over?
Don't know what's become of the yard these days. Don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant
not guilty. Yay. Fireworks.
Court is adjourned.
Oh man, this has gone like 2 hours past my normal stream time. I'm hungry. It's over. That was some trial. So we never get to see the face of the professor, do we? I'm curious. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Sag. Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Sato. I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. Ah! Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so we don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. What? Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now? Oh my. Yes, what am I going to do now? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition while I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that? Oh no.
I can't allow that.
Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing in here? Barok!
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey.
You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution. Or the defense.
Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I always knew that you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
What?
From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But no, hold on a minute, Barak. What about the great exhibition? This is a chance of a lifetime. This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
Ugh. Sometimes it's hard to see the warmth in those eyes, Barak.
Lord Van Zeeks? What's all this about? A necessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
You do?
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask.
The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor.
You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends, hence days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now.
But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
Is that why Gina's going to Paris? True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
But Barak...
Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Does your French-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness! Was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks?
In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet... sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being.
Yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you very much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now.
Interesting. Now, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too.
We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
You want to talk with me?
I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The Enigma Barak Van Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. What's it gonna be? 4:58 p.m. Old Bailey. The professor.
So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice.
Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven.
Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from.
Was the professor Japanese? Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways. So I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please?
The Professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh, if it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, you've actually met my father?
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks. Truly.
Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time.
In plain sight?
Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires.
A new treaty was being forged, I think.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both our countries were deep in extensive political discussions, which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war.
What? A war between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my, you mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
His voice is not as deep as I thought it was.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That does not look like the key should go in that far.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Uh-oh. You good? You good, my dude? It's him!
Father.
Oh.
What? Father? Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
He's missing his headband, though.
As he stood there before me.
Ryunosuke.
Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
Is he gonna give the sword back?
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks too
Shom's got some splaining to do.
for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma. Great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword. And I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
So here's the thing, right? Assuming this is a standard length Ace Attorney game, there's still 2 more cases. 1 I could understand. 2? I'm a little confused. Wait, where'd your other sword go? You just slipped it right in there next to it?
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Hey, if you do that, Madame Two Swords gonna have you pay for it. Or Madame Two Spells, rather.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
Okay, then. Well, that was ominous.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he?
Yes, Kazuma Asagi. My best friend.
3 months ago when Lord Strongheart introduced us. I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection.
But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeeks' apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too.
The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you for meeting with me as I asked.
"10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train, for me. It was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her, too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asagi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion, I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
The end? End. Holy shit, that went way longer than I thought it would. Okay, so apparently I can't just always do trial segments in one stream. Because if I'd had anything else to do today, that would have been like completely out the window. Twisted Karma at his last bow. Oh no. Okay, well. That is going to be all. As you can see, it is past 2 o'clock. I have my lunch at 12. Jesus Christ. It's so much later than I anticipated to stream for. I am hungry. Anyway, thank you all for watching. Next time we'll start on case 4, I suppose. But as for when next time will be, I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow. I thought like maybe I would, since, you know, I have the day the day off, and I don't have to work on the cover anymore. But if I'm not mistaken, it is my good friend Mohican Miko's birthday tomorrow. And I believe she's doing a birthday stream. Let me just double check her schedule. Just double checking. Just double checking. Yeah. The heckin' balloons are coming up because I'm a day ahead of her. Yeah, she is doing a birthday stream tomorrow. So, I feel like maybe I'll stream a bit in the afternoon, but I don't want to stream during her birthday stream. I want to go support her. So, you know. We probably won't be streaming tomorrow. Probably. If I do, it's probably not going to be at the usual time. Anyway, my next stream is going to be on Saturday, and guess what? It's my birthday on Saturday. We're going to be doing something. I wasn't able to come up with a good idea, so what we end up doing will depend on how many people show up and what people want to do. So yeah. We'll figure it out as we go. Unfortunately, here's the thing, right? Like, I could just do the same thing I normally do, but considering how things have gone lately, I don't think I'll be able to pull enough people to, like, do a big multiplayer thing, because, like, at the best of times, I can get 3, maybe 4 on a special occasion. But, like, I don't think it's gonna be... I don't think it's gonna be. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out on the day. I'll see what I feel like doing to celebrate. Anyway, enough stalling. Is Miko still alive? She is! Perfect. Where is she in the case? Okay, so she's definitely still going. Perfect. We're raiding Miko. Did I spell that right? I in fact did. Perfect. If you would like to join the raid, peep those raid messages. Oh, she's going into the office. Perfect. Nice. Anyway, I need to go have lunch. Thank you all for watching. What order does my outro go in again? Thanks for watching. Otsukame. Bye bye. End scene. That took me way too long to remember.